Hello, hello. Good morning to everyone. Let's get into the program today. On the auspicious dawn of this vibrant day, a heartfelt namaskar to our illustrious delegates, servants of academia, architects of policy, torchbearers of teacher education, and cherished participants. As the Vedic hymn chants, Ano Bhadra Kradavo Yadu Vishwataha, let noble thoughts come to us from all directions. On behalf of the National Council for Teacher Education, Venerable Sentinel of India's teacherly sanctum under Government of India, it's my profound honor to unfurl a garland of heartfelt swagat to the National Conclave 2026, a luminous tapestry woven by NCTE and the National Institute of Technology, Calicut. May I invite all the dignitaries on stage, Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairperson NCTE, Professor Prasad Krishna, Director NIT Calicut, Professor Vandana Saxena, Co-Chair NPST, and Dr. Geeta Gopinath, HOD Department of Education, NIT Calicut. Welcome, dignitaries. Now please join us in experiencing NCTE's inspiring Daya Geet, a melodic pledge to excellence and relentless advancement in teacher education and nation building. This musical tribute titled Charayvedi Charayvedi is drawn from ancient Sanskrit urging keep moving forward, symbolizing NCTE's ongoing journey in regulating teacher training nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to kindly rise in reverence.
Gurur Guru Tamodhamaha, Gurur Guru Tamodhamaha, Gyan Arjan Sarjan, Vitran Samupyog Nam, शिक्षक शिक्षा वंदन NCTE प्रबंधन चरैवेति सुरभि सुविचार का वंदन
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन
चरैवेति चतुर्दिक ज्योति शिक्षा प्रभु प्रकाशित राष्ट्र हो अपना सुविकसित और सबल निज राष्ट्र का साकार हो सपना
हो नैतिक पारदर्शी मूल्यों के उजियार का वंदन
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन
चरैवेति सुशिक्षण शोध कौशल का सफल संधान हो विद्या सुधी आचार्यों शिष्यों के हित वरदान हो विद्या
सहज शिक्षा प्रणाली के प्रबल आधार का वंदन
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन
चरैवेति चिरंतन ज्ञान सूय यज्ञ की मति वेदिका पावन धरोहर योग संस्कृति की सुहावन साध मन भावन
सरल समुचित समन्वय ध्येय नव आचार का वंदन
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन
चरैवेति प्रामाणिक मान को अवमान दंडों का नियंत्रण सम सुवासित NCTE प्रयोजन ज्ञान अर्चन नम।
अखिल भारत में गौरव चेतना विस्तार का वंदन।
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन।
चरैवेति 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 चरैवेति।
Thank you. Please be seated. A luminous academic surgeon commences with a heartfelt welcome. It is my distinct pleasure to invite Dr. Geeta Gopinath, HOD, Department of Education, NIT Calicut, to deliver the welcome address and illuminate our conclave's vision. Ma'am, please grace the studio.
Warm good morning to all. Respected Professor Prasad Krishna, Director NIT Calicut, Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairperson NCTE, Professor Vandana Saxena, Co-Chair NPST, Advisory Committee, D. Chaturvedi, Convener of the Program, other dignitaries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my privilege to welcome you all to the capacity building program for the nationwide rollout of NPST and NMM for the southern states and the union territories. The National Professional Standards for Teachers aim to enhance teacher quality through clearly articulated expectations and continuous professional development with adoption by states and union territories. Complementing this, the National Mission for Mentoring, NNM, seeks to build a strong mentoring ecosystem to provide sustained professional support to teachers. So it is my privilege to welcome all of you. So I warmly welcome Professor Prasad Krishna, Director NIT Calicut, and place on accord his sincere appreciation for his immediate nod and wholehearted support in hosting this program at a short notice. I cordially welcome you, sir. A cordial welcome to Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairperson NCTE, and we gratefully acknowledge his vision in selecting NIT Calicut as a venue for this national conclave. I welcome you, sir. I extend a warm welcome to Professor Vandana Saxena, Co-Chair, NPST Advisory Committee. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. I also welcome Sri Sadish Kumar, Deputy Secretary NCTE, for his support and association with this program. Next, I extend a very cordial welcome to S.K. Chaturvedi, Convener NPST, for his pivotal academic and operational contributions. I also acknowledge the presence of Registrar, Deans, Faculty, staff of NIT Calicut, and all other dignitaries who are attending this program from other universities and other institutions. I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of this program. And we warmly welcome all the participants of the state and union and territories and wish the program a grand success. Thank you. Thank you.
Heartfelt thanks, Dr. Geeta Gopinath, for that warm and profound welcome. Now, there's a memento presentation and giving the ponada. Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairperson NCTE, will be felicitated by Professor Prasad Krishna, Director NIT Calicut. Next, Professor Prasad Krishna, Director, NIT Calicut, will be felicitated by Sri Satish Kumar, Regional Director cum Deputy Secretary, NCTE. Professor Vandana Saxena will be felicitated by Dr. Geeta Gopinath, HOD, Department of Education, NIT Calicut. Dr. Geeta Gopinath will be felicitated by Dr. D.K. Chaturvedi, Academic Advisor, NCTE. Moving on, the National Conclave 2026 emerges as a beacon for dialogue, synergy, and empowerment among stakeholders, propelling the pan-India rollout of National Professional Standards for Teachers, NPST, and National Mission for Mentoring, NMM, in harmony with NEP 2020's visionary stride. To unveil its objectives, ethos, and horizons, it's my singular honor to invite Professor Vandana Saxena, Co-Chair, NPST Advisory Committee, who, in a poignant gesture, pens her name in lowercase, affirming every letter like every soul as equally vital with ideas reigning supreme. Professor Vandana Saxena, the podium awaits you.
Thank you so much. थैंक यू सो मच. नमस्ते सभी को, हम सभी को सुबह के नमस्ते एंड अ वेरी warm welcome to this gathering. With the permission of Director NIT and Chairperson NCTE, I would like to begin sharing basic ideas which I am trying to bring forth to you. I'm sure all the experience that I have gathered in a few years of working on this idea, understanding the policy, and how NPST comes to be in its implementation phase. So I'm just trying to build a little bit of background and the idea of thought behind this. How does it work? Not moving? Thank you. So that's my usual way of starting any of the presentations whenever I work, wherever I work, whenever I speak with somebody, by paying gratitude to my institution, which is University of Delhi. I think our institutions play a very major role in bringing us and giving us those opportunities which are professionally enriching. And of course, as a teacher, I give a lot of importance and gratitude to my teachers and my students. I think both of these people ask such inconvenient questions that kind of move us out from our comfort space and make us go ahead. So my gratitude to my institutions, to my institution, my teachers, and my students at the same time. Since it's a formal presentation, it's always good to have a conflict of interest statement. So I report no conflict of interest in this presentation. Yeah, there's some issue. चल तो रहा था. चल रहा था. I think you just reverse that. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Thanks. It's working. All right. Okay. So I always feel that the audience should not be kept in any kind of suspense. So it's always good to have a kind of a preview of what is going to follow in this presentation. We have a forward 1 which talks about policy. We have a forward 2 in this which talks about the position of the teacher and how we all need to work towards that reimagination of the teacher in a given particular profile. So the forward 2 talks about this. NEP and the emerging idea of teacher education, I've slated a couple of points over there for us to know. There is a kind of an intersectionality, the kind of intersectionality of the stakeholders, the primary stakeholders in the field of education. I'll talk about that a little bit. There are critical questions about roles and responsibility, not only of teachers, but also of institutions and of students that we would have a discussion around. And then, of course, there are challenges because whenever we embark on a journey which is a mental child, you know, but we have not walked that passage, we need to be very categorically looking at the challenges as well. So we'll just talk about the challenges, and if there are any point of discussions, we'll talk about this. Many a number of times when I'm asked to have a kind of a discussion and present my ideas, I always think that what is the purpose of this presentation? So in one of the presentations, in 24, I thought this could be the purpose of taking all of us ahead. Usually, you know, when we talk about change, there is a lot of susceptibilism. We are not very willing for it because any change would like to move us out of our comfort zones. There are people who would like to kind of promote change for multiple reasons, not always essentially academic, but at the same time there are people who are going to resist those changes also not always for academic reasons. So I think it is a good idea to kind of understand that what is the purpose of change. If we understand the purpose of change soulfully, we are able to provide a kind of a pathway which can be enriching for every stakeholder. In every aspect of a social activity, it's paramount that all the people who are part of that mobility mission, I should say, should think in cohesion with each other. There shouldn't be any kind of, you know, divergence from the primary purpose. We may have different pathways, but the purpose has to remain same. And once we all are on the same page, according to our own unique abilities, we are able to contribute and we are able to take the mission ahead. So that is where understanding the purpose, I think, holds a very primary space in the whole idea. Based on the analysis of the principles of the policy, these are a couple of points which I have come up with, that what exactly is the focal point of the policy. See, the first paragraph of the policy, I don't know how many of us read that, but I'm assuming at least 50%. And I'm also assuming that the remaining 50% would be motivated to go back and read the policy because this is one of the documents which really helps us, you know, move ahead and understand, rediscover our roles in the whole system. So let's not read the policy about what a national document says and, you know, in the glory of it, but let's just try to read the policy because it has an implication on all of us, the way our professional spheres are redefined and the way we look forward to our role, you know. Rediscovering ourselves maybe at certain times is important for us, and policy gives us those kinds of nuances. So the first paragraph of the policy talks very, very evidently about inclusive education. Education for all has been there for a lot of time. It's been a long period when we talk about AFA, but at the same time the policy has put up kind of adjective before this, which is quality education for all. So everybody who comes to the field of education, no matter at what age, policy says 3 years onwards, it has to be a quality experience for every student who comes to a classroom or who do not have a classroom and studying outside the classroom. So having those kind of infrastructure is also being negotiated in the policy in a very different manner. Second important point that I feel is there in the policy is about what is the purpose of education. For multiple reasons, I don't want to go into the history of education. Let's just talk about the future of education and the contemporary scenarios. So, for multiple reasons, education has been linked with employment. Important, very important part of it. We cannot deny that employment is something that we can forego. And most of the other policies, we have had two more policies, 1968 and 86 policy. There has been an emphasis on employment, how to look up what kind of skills to be built up and things like that. But NEP 2020 is one of the first policies which talks about education contributing to the making of being, rediscovering self, coming up as a self. And most interestingly, this is the only policy which talks about education right from age of 3 to infinity. Infinity means every resident of India. Why do I say that? Because 15 plus we have the adult education program also. So anybody at any point of time who has not been able to had an opportunity to be in the school, the policy is making provisions for that. We have a huge Ullas program which is looking after the education of 15 plus people in the age bracket of 15 plus to no other limit defined. And we all know why it is 15 plus, because free and compulsory education according to RTE 2009 is promised by the government from 6 to 14 years of it. So anybody 15 plus is most welcome and the government is making provision for that. So looking at that idea and then also having this kind of inclusion of higher education within the same document, I think this is one of the most significant aspect where this idea of development of self has been retained in the purpose of education, starting right from age 3 till our graduation programs, which may be professional or the liberal degree programs. So maintaining that kind of continuity has also addressed a very critical part of the education system, which was fragmentation across different stages. So looking at it, the way the whole idea of education is built up, both ways, employability and, the development of self. Even in higher education, undergrad programs, it is proposed that every institution should have ability enhancement courses and value-added courses, which are actually referring to the development of self and nurturing all the abilities in a human being when they come out. We've had a very significant document in terms of curriculum frameworks, and what is the most important part, I've had this opportunity to be associated with development of certain parts of it in early parts of implementation of NEP, and there is a very swift, gradual, but very pertinent shift from content only to content plus competencies. I think that is a very critical part of it. The reason why the education system in India has been appreciated and also critiqued is a focus on the content only. There has been a long time when we have not had the focus on skills and competencies, and this is one such place which brings us to this very important idea. When the objectives, LOs, as we call them, learning outcomes, when they are set up with that premise that there are skills and competencies in between, inbuilt within that, I think it becomes a necessary part of discussion that how the content will now be transacted in the classroom, because the LOs related with competencies and also to be achieved. When I'm saying all this, when I'm trying to build this up, my focus is on NPST only. So everything that we're trying to build up here, everything that has been envisioned in the policy, that would actually be seen when we see the NPST document, that how teachers' professional development has been looked up and has been planned at the national level, keeping in mind the vision of the policy. So this is there, and one of the very important, another important part of the policy is self-governance. So yeah, it's the responsibility of the teacher to teach. Definitely yes, we'll never say no to it. But the policy also talks about a student's responsibility to learn. So it's a mutual, it's a field where everybody is focused on learning. Teachers are promoting learning, they are trying to adopt ways and nuances for learning, and at the same time the students are also geared up for learning. So it's a kind of a, you know, a humming kind of a music around any of the educational institutions, that all we want is learning, learning, learning. And we want learning, not only the content, but also content plus competencies. Teacher, and obviously in such an environment, the teacher becomes very, very important. So the teacher again as a self-evolving, we all know that whether we are at university level or we are at school level, whether we work with any kind of organization in school level also, there are certain in-service programs which are built up over there. But the teacher's requirement may be different. Teachers may like to build their strength in certain specific areas, and that's precisely the need which has been analyzed from the earlier experience of in-service programs, and the launch of NPST and NMM is basically grounded in that. So the first part of NPST, that how do, what is to be expected from a teacher? What are the kind of professional competencies which are expected from the teacher? It just lays out that, and in accordance with that, there is a kind of a program, I should say, which has been developed, which is called as National Professional Standards for Teachers. Similarly, when a teacher is when those goals of professional developments are presented to the teachers, they would also need to have certain nuances, certain places of getting enrichment and nurturance in certain specific field, which they might not have had an exposure to earlier, or they might have had an exposure to earlier. They have developed keen interest into that aspect of schooling, and now they want to have further expertise in that particular area. So NMM, the National Mentoring Mission, exactly comes at that part. So when we look at this entire idea of NPST and NMM, they are primarily pitched in, they are primarily designed to provide that kind of professional robustness to the entire ecology of teachers, along with, of course, the administrators and other people also, that the learning is influenced positively in the classroom. Now, I've said this, you know, teacher as an independent lifelong learner, possibility of exploring passion in diverse dimensions. The policy talks about it, you know, for example, in one of the paragraphs it says about special education, that if there are teachers who have had certain kind of inclination towards education of children with special needs or gifted students, they should be given some kind of, you know, academic leave to move ahead and work on those kind of places where certain certificate or rigorous programs, training programs are being run for that area. We all understand that school education is a vast thing and there are multiple dimensions into it. Apart from having our content expertise and the pedagogical nuances in those particular areas, we also want to have a lot of understanding of other components which are gradually and eventually evolving in the entire system. This is something, the third point is something which is my favorite, because you know, in schools especially, we have seen that there is a kind of a hierarchy of subject. So I've worked in school for 4 years. I worked as a physics teacher. So I was on the other side of the hierarchy. So science and mathematics teacher are seen as different. Then their language and social science teachers are seen differently in the school system. And the music teacher, the art teacher, they are seen as different. The policy breaks these silos very beautifully and says that every learning experience is important for all children, because it is kind of, you know, nurturing certain abilities within you. So there cannot be any hierarchy, there cannot be any kind of, you know, hegemony across the subjects, and we got to be treating every subject equally because it is nurturing one or the other capacity of the student. So I think policy says that policy in any ways is an inorganic document. When we come over to the implementation of it, it's that biotic environment where we are all dropping in, you know. So it's our responsibility now that how do we address our belief systems, our thoughts about subjects, and how do we take this ahead and you know, create that kind of an ambience in the school system where every field is equally respected and nurtured for all students. Experiential opportunity. So we have always spoken about experiential opportunities with respect to students. That is, students should be given experiential learning and, you know, situate in all those kind of contexts. The policy talks about providing experiential learning experiences to teachers also. And that's exactly where NPST and NMM is pitched in. We got to know that, okay, this is the profile, this is the purpose and the goals of a proficient teacher. But at the same time, how do we take this idea ahead? How do we provide those kind of experiences to the teacher is also very important. We teachers have also been trained in a system which probably might not have been experiential. We might have had certain favorite teachers who were giving lectures. We might have had certain teachers who did not come to the class. So we have also come with a lot of experiences, and whatever we are trying to do is also built on what do's and don'ts that we design for ourselves based on our previous experiences. So our do's and don'ts needs to be reflected upon, and that is where this idea of professional competence of teachers drop in. The idea is hand-holding again is a word that has been used mostly for the students. Now NPST and NMM talks about this in the case of teachers, where teachers also require that kind of a continuous hand-holding, and how we go ahead with this needs to be very categorically seen. Now that is an intersectionality which the document very clearly defines, but at the same time, when the purpose of implementation also, we have taken this intersectionality in a very, very rigorously, that how the school, the student and the community are connected with each other. How does a school, continue what is happening in the community, or challenge what is happening in the community? It really depends upon the community relationship and the impact of the school education on on that phrase of what to continue and to change. That's always a challenge. So school providing those kind of informed experiences where one can take decisions what to continue and what to change for both the students and the teachers. And of course students are paramount for us. Every time, everything that we do is the fundamental premise of all our activities, actions, planning, designs is the learning of the students, strengthening. How do we go ahead with that? Now these are the two important again aspects which have come up with in the area of teacher preparation. So teacher preparation, when I say, I look at it the both ways, the pre-service programs as well as the in-service program. Pre-service program, we have come up with this wonderful program which is ITEP, Integrated Teacher Education Program, 4-year program immediately after grade 12th, where people can come and decide to be a teacher. We remember initial debates because we come from a institution which was instituted in 1947, Teacher Education Institution, CIE, Department of Education, University of Delhi. We have always having post-grad students coming for our B.Ed program. That's how the qualification and eligibility for a B.Ed program is. So when ITEP came, there has been this, question wavering around that will a class 12th student be able to make a decision about whether they want to become teachers and not. And I think that was something which has been very well contested, that if students can decide they want to become doctors, they want to become engineers, why can't they decide about being teachers? So somewhere down the line, the idea, the apprehension underlying this assumption is because we have always believed teaching as the last choice. When they are not able to go somewhere else, they come to teaching profession. And I think that is why we have been very, very suspicious about whether a grade 12 child can make a decision about becoming a teacher as the first choice. And this is precisely what the policy also talks about, that the school education has to be nurtured in such a way that the premium, the high ability students in the school try and want to become teacher, and how do we then take it ahead is interesting. The work is being happening in that area. So I think this whole idea of proposing ITEP, the pre-service program after the grade 12th thing with a 4-year integrated, which is a dual major, coming up with multidisciplinarity. So ITEP is one of the programs which very wonderfully explain what does multidisciplinary mean, because the kind of components that are there. But today, since the discussion is not on ITEP, I'll just keep it on that informative note. All of us who are interested in reading more about ITEP, there's a whole, all the documents are available on NCTE website. The other important part of this policy is that education has been, the learning, the curricular structure has been placed in 4 parts: foundation, preparatory, middle and secondary. And the teacher education programs are also designed in accordance with that, which means it is, if we're talking about foundation, it's not that if I've done my master's in physics and a B.Ed, I can go and teach the foundation kids who are there. The foundation kids have very specific requirement, and so I should know the pedagogy in accordance with that. And that is why, we have courses like BSc B.Ed Foundation. One of the colleges in our university has opted for that. And everybody was saying that what will be the fun, why, if somebody will do BSc, why will they teach the foundation level? And that's another silo that we need to break, that if you are trained in pedagogy of that particular level, it's the pedagogy and not the content. You bring that competence to the classroom. So that's another very important part of it. Now this is the, expected outcome of all these activities that we are trying to do, that we are trying to develop a replicable prototype. When I say replicable prototype, it's because it has to go through multiple kinds of institutions. Like today also I'm told that we have CBSE teachers, we have state schools affiliated representatives, and we also have representation from KVS and NVS. All these 4 organizations will have a different setup, will have a different system. So we need to create a design, we need to create a kind of a system which is replicable across all these 4 organizations. How organizations adapt and adopt these is a very critical question, but at the same time the design by itself should have that flexibility but not looseness, where that adapting and adoption idea is possible for that. And when we say this, it's actually, first we want to do it at the national level, but next we also want to do it at the international level. You will have details across the thing where we'll get to know about it, but our ITEP program has earned recognition at international level also. So this is NEP. It has the outcomes of NEP, National Professional Standards for Teachers, National Mentoring Mission, and National Curriculum Framework, which has been designed by NCRT, and it is there in place of us. The teachers and of course all the teacher educators would be aware of that. So NPST, as we say, is primarily National Professional Standards for Teachers. There are 3 levels which have been discussed over there. In the next session you'll get to know the details of it. There are 3 domains, and then there are 13 themes and 16 sub-themes. How this whole idea comes to be would be discussed with you in the next presentation, but the idea primarily is to provide, to fill that gap. In Vygotskian theory we talk about a zone of proximal development. So all of us, I feel it for myself also, that all of us have a kind of a capacity and all of us are performing at a particular level, and there's always a gap between what we can do and what we are doing. So NPST is and NMM are those kind of programs which are bringing together designs to fulfill that gap and bringing us closer to what we can do, taking us ahead. Now these are a couple of questions that we have. Because this entire system requires redefining the school ecology. The school system has to look differently and work accordingly. How will the schools fund and facilitate that particular idea is also important. That how, because policy talks about taking multiple subjects in that place, And one of the interesting part is I was having a discussion with some of the CBSE people, and they said that we never restricted the subject combination at the 11th and 12th class. It's for the purpose of convenience that, people said that, okay, if you are doing sciences, you can't take A subject or B subject, but there was always a flexibility. And in the past in Delhi, we have seen people who are opting for physics, chemistry, mathematics, are also trying to take economics along with that and other subjects. So there have been different kind of combinations which are promoted, but policy gives more openness to it. So how the school systems will reinvent themselves to work onto it. And of course, the entire relationship between the school education, the school and the teachers in the school and the teacher education is going to be redefined. When you learn about mentorship, you'll understand that how the school teachers with a specific kind of proficiency would be able to become mentors in a due course of time. So I think this is kind of redefining, and of course, community engagement in the differential forms is also important. These are challenges. When we come from sciences, we tend to use these terms, that change is not easy, but evolution is tougher. It takes a lot of time for us. And in education, we don't want any mutations. We don't want any bombardment and dropping down bombs and having that, overnight the genome has changed. We don't want anything of like that. We want all of us to evolve together with the purpose in mind and taking it ahead. At the same time, resistance to change is a sign of lack of, worldview and hazy foresight. Sometimes when we are not able to foresee the future, we try to resist. So that, so this is something which also needs to be addressed. That when we are resisting, is there a foresight that has an alternate conception, or it is simply a resistance to change? Similarly, at the same time, I think the primary challenge lies in how we rediscover ourselves, how we look at ourselves as professionals. When I say ourselves, I talk about all teachers. Deep inside, wherever we are, I think most of us consider ourselves as teachers because that's a basic, where our soul lies, So how we look at ourselves, how dynamic our understanding of us is, that is also of extreme importance. So the evolution that we are talking about, that's the last one I have. The evolution that we are talking about is the evolution of the teacher, and that demands a dynamic transition from their past to students' future. So we teachers have had a past, but when we become a teacher, we need to be looking at the future of our students. Every planning, everything should be according to my student, their future. So how we accommodate, how we negotiate with the historical or the past experiences of us and build a better future for our students continues to be an aspiration and I think goal for all of us. Thank you so much. It has been a great experience speaking and sharing, and if there is opportunity for any interaction, we can do that. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Profound thanks, Professor Vandana Saxena, for illuminating the conclave's vision and national import with such clarity. We are profoundly graced to cradle this national conclave within NIT Calicut's hallowed halls, a bastion of scholarly brilliance and innovation. I proudly invite our Honorable Director, Professor Prasad Krishna Sir, esteemed head of our academic family, visionary architect of NIT Calicut's profound asset, whose tireless zeal and meticulous care nurture every detail. Sir, the stage is yours. We are excited by your presence.
Respected Chairman NCTE, Professor Pankaj Arora, Vice Chairman Professor Vandana Saxena from the University of Delhi, my colleague, the conveners of this National Conclave 2026, organized by NCTE, jointly by NCTE and NIT Calicut, Professor Geeta Gopinath, our Chaturvedi Saab, and all the officials of NCTE, all my faculty colleagues, our visiting professor, Shakila Shamsu ma'am. She has been the chief architect. We are really privileged to have you, ma'am, one of the chief architects of the National Education Policy. She was the OSD in the Ministry of Education. And I'm sure when Vandana is presenting all that, is a revolutionary role of the teacher. We have to keep evolving and go into the future of our student. Forget about those past, our school days. I think she is really excited to see the transformation happening in our lifetime. We are all, waiting for that to happen. And the most importantly, all our participants, the teachers, principals from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, the state, the SCRT, the NCRT, the diet principles of excellence, diets of excellence, the various, commissioners, assistant commissioners, directors of education from all the southern states and the islands, Andamans and Lakshadweep, and all of you, my dear faculty, staff, and ladies and gentlemen, namaste to all. First of all, we want to thank Pankaj Arora and the entire team for giving NIT Calicut this opportunity to onboard the first time these national professional standards for teachers and the national mentoring mission. These two are on board. Policies have been written, revamping technical education, UR Rao committee, Anantakrishnan committee, hundreds of committee. Nobody has ever read. And I was there to clean up that mess created in my office. There was no place to keep other things. So I used to, whoever comes to my office, I used to present this. Kindly read this. So that should not happen, as Vandana rightly told, maybe 50%. She told rightly, hardly 50% of what I ever read that. It's a short document, not too many pages, but that is where, friends. But I'm happy, this policy is not in the cold storage like the other policies. Things are happening thanks to NCTE, and that was by 22, we are supposed to have the standards and is already on. So a big applause to all the officials of NCTE for bringing this in a time-bound manner. So that is what is important. And now it is for every one of us. Majority of us are here teachers. But I have something to say. When she talks about, the resistance to change, our biggest problem is we don't want to listen to others. हम तो lecture करेंगे. We are professor, we profess, sermon, continue to give. We can't be like a God Ganapati. I keep telling. आप Ganapati को देखो, what is the difference? Look at his ear, it's very big, but ये बहुत छोटा है. Speak less, listen with open heart, keep it open. That is not possible for us. And mentoring is impossible for us. We tried that, I'll tell you. We all were mentored by our great senior teachers. I remember some of my senior colleagues will say, in our engineering also, if I am teaching engineering mechanics or some parts in any engineering, I will have my senior teacher sitting and watching me from the back. We are all, then we will come prepared, and then we are seeing so many questions. I don't know, I don't want to hurt my youngsters, but today, who the hell you are to tell me? I know what I have learned. I have the credentials. I am from NIT, IIT, or what, from the Harvard or Cambridge and all. Who are you to come and mentor me? So I have professional standards, okay. वो पुस्तक रिलीज करेंगे and it is all will be. नहीं तो हमको पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, salary नहीं मिलेगा. All that problem will be there. The institution will not get approval, accreditation. That problem is there. But because I know that if there were no standards in technical education, cattle shed used to be the educational institutions for engineering. It started in our own southern states. It is cattle shed only. And today, thanks to those professional standards. So that is what this bill also, addiction bill. Now these bodies like ASCT, UGC, NCTE, all will be professional standard setting bodies, as ma'am has already put in that policy directions. So that is very important, friends. Somebody may say, is it not a self-governance, apne aap discipline hona hai, let everything, it will never happen in this country of 1.4 billion. Because we have seen that, I have seen in the most of the 3 years my deputation I have seen, we will always try to evade all this somewhere. And that also should not limit to that standards only. Oh, standards itna pata hai, so I will only do this much. That is also a very bad. Ultimately, as the closing remark of Vandana, we have to look the future of our students. We keep telling student-centric and all. I can vouch any curriculum in this country, whether we have discussed with students. Never. We say, immature, how he can comment on the curriculum. In that wheel, I'm a mechanical engineer, I saw that, 3 gear wheels, where the student is driving the school and the community. School means all teachers, teaching, non-teaching, all. The entire administrators, everybody is in that school. Then comes this community around that. Unless all of us develop, Sahana vavadu sahanau punaktu sahaviryam karavavahe. That is our tradition. And in our tradition, teacher is never only teaching these courses or whatever you call subjects. There were no silos, there was no hierarchy earlier. Why? Because these acharyas, the great saints of this country, was good in music, dance, singing, Vedas, everywhere, any subject they have been. Whatever you call 64 arts, they were versatile genius, Trigalatjanis, which means past, present and future. They have that clairvoyant, they have that intuitive ability to nurture these shishyas. So that is the kind of acharya, and that is the role models we had. We never thought about only humanity, social science, STEM, all this nonsense came subsequently. And today, Vandana was saying, to break this hierarchy of subjects, physics and chemistry won't talk each other. Where is multidisciplinary? First you should have intradisciplinary, then comes interdisciplinary, then comes multidisciplinary, then comes transdisciplinary. Because today, as we were saying, these Bar Council of the medical mission, they don't want part to be as if they are not education part. In our country is a very funny thing. They don't want to be part of that. Whatever may be, but standards have to be same, because we are running is a mainly STEM domain institute like IITs and NITs, primarily in science and technical education, mathematics and management. We also we have introduced now, in fact I am very happy, NIT Calicut is the first NIT to start the 4-year integrated ITEP program. I did not have any double anything, second thought, this is the institute, because unless, and who are those teachers who are nurturing, molding the children, who are feeding, they are the feeder schools for these great institutions, IITs, NITs, other institutes of national importance, and other technical science institutions. So that is what is the most important is, unless we nurture great teachers, and that is what we have seen in developed nations, the teacher's opinion is final. Even in a court of law, the professor, whatever he says, that is the final. We were like that. Even where the Rama should be sent, whether he will go to forest or he will take the throne, the Vasishta or the Vishwamitra, no king can even open his mouth. Go and marry this girl, yes, marry, that's all. Go and divorce, that is all. No, but their acharyas are of that caliber. They were of that, they could see the future for this child, what will happen, and accordingly it is done. But whatever may be, what we can take from that part means we have to have this multidisciplinary perspective, the holistic development, the flexibility, the inclusive learning. All these are the main pillars of that national education policy. But if we continue to be in silos, and I'm very happy about the curriculum of this ITEP. The most, when she was talking about the professional standards and mentoring mission, that is so we were all mentored by our great teachers. That is why we are able to do something, justice to our children. But I can tell you, there is this technical education, even higher education also. There is no need of any standards. I just come out of I have a PhD from good university, maybe postdoctoral fellowship. I straight away go and teach. Nothing is there in our engineering. We all started right immediately and started teaching. And the poor students, you can imagine. And this is what is, we have, I'm happy because when we started ITEP, now we are understanding this innovative pedagogy, how do you have integrated pedagogy? When you teach physics, is there a difference? Or you simply teach physics in depth in the physics only and forget about the pedagogical way? We are not bothered about the learner, no? Our Shastra says we learn by Sravana, Manana, Nidithyasana. Afterwards only Benjamin Bloom's taxonomy came. The first is that we listen. It's not enough. Then I have to do manana. So that is what? Entire policies on that. The self-governance, self-learning, self-awareness, only then, if somebody force upon us learning, whether it is teachers or students, it will not happen. The self has to learn. The self has to be aware. Only then. That is why ultimately learning happens by reflection. That is why reflective teaching and learning, and then introspection, and finally by nidithyasan, that is meditate upon that knowledge called the contemplation. That is what the system followed in India. But today we have forgotten, but all US, Canada, Australia, UK universities have Center for Contemplative Studies in Education. I am really surprised they have. They use this reflective, introspective, contemplative method of teaching learning in most of the foreign universities in the developed nations. So friends, until and unless we reflect and introspect and contemplate, meditate upon the knowledge is that of the teacher. The learner has never, it is only a bundle of information only. It has never been transformed into the knowledge and much more into intuition, and finally the dhimahi means the wisdom, the ultimate state has never reached. That will happen only if you have. So I am very happy, all her statement I was seeing, it gives that reflective part, self-governance, self-learning, and that is happen when we understand, live as if we are going to die the next moment, and learn as if we are going to live forever. And the learning never stops, and that is true for all of us. If we still keep that good old notes which I have prepared 25 years back, and it is difficult to preserve, you have to have some treatment, those notes. And if you still do that, there is no lifelong learning. So it is a great effort made by this, but all this should not lie, like we have seen several committees in the cold storage, but this is for us, and I am looking forward, because these standards are for teachers, whether it is for in the teacher education or for the engineering, STEM or any domain, these standards are same, because ultimately the learner is the same. It is all for us. For the way they learn, it is the same. And last thing I want to tell, this stigma, who created this stigma that bete, you must get into the IITs or AIMS, otherwise you don't come back from quota classes. The fellow will commit suicide, he won't come back because he is afraid, he cannot face. He is sitting in that filthy environment without breathing. Oh, jo South Indian khayenge do chapati, roti and dal, and that fellow is miserable, but say, no, don't come back without IIT or what is that, AIMS or something. Baki sab bekar hai what? So you created hierarchy, casteism among institutions. IITs are this, NITs, and what are they doing? Are they doing anything for the country? All of these people? We are all interested in money making elsewhere. No Chandrayaan, Aditya and everything came from ordinary college students, graduates. So we must understand, we are always looking at the front bench. You know, when my daughter was studying preschool in US, when I was studying there, in her school, in University of Michigan preschool, hardly 20 students. No, that is way there. Now also I am sure, 20, 25 students. There is no seating arrangement like this. We have experimented in Kerala also, I think. No, I mean, isn't I think we have round table only. And each table there will be 4 to 5 students. So there is no front. Now front bench means we are only looking at, oh, Amrit, oh, first rank holder, CGPN ka bahut badhiya, ye percentage, we are only looking. But the real student who has the passion, who really has some respect and love for the teacher is sitting at the back bench. We have not understood that. His heart will speak. This is only this. So, this is what we teachers should understand. When you talk about inclusive learning, that is what is important, I feel. And this stigma created by only this profession, and she rightly pointed out, our this entrance test, JEE, last they will say, agar kuch nahi mila hai to click this, our integrated teacher education program. Then, but we have to remember, this is the only profession which creates all other profession, isn't it? We are the greatest of all of us teachers. Whichever profession, we create all other profession. So don't you think we should be the best people? We should be treated with respect by politicians and policy makers, which they don't do that. पैसा भी नहीं देंगे ना, salary भी नहीं मिलेगा आप लोगों को. We are all, today it is good because Professor Pankaj Arora all are from government school teachers. Salary तो मिल रहा है, DA तो नहीं मिल रहा है, some problem हो रहा है केरल में अभी, I don't know. But you will get, because I am sure they will do. But please remember, I know my wife was a teacher. She used to get only 2,000 rupees after MSc B.Ed in mathematics. Now how much you will get in private school? Hardly 8,000. You have to have 6 hours continuously standing. No, if for temporary workers here, sanitation, security, there is minimum wages. There is working hours. But the poor teacher continues to stand. Even lunch break is, there also some student will come and ask teacher. There no human rights violation, nothing. Teachers ke liye, because they are the people we want role model. All politicians say we want. And if the child has failed, if the child is immoral, the child went to suicide, drug addict, first person to blame is only the teacher. मेरे साथ तो बहुत बढ़िया था. My children was very good. After it has come to your campus, it has become like this. So friends, this is created by these policy makers, I will tell you, which are the teachers are the least paid. Here also we are seeing, we are finding serious problem in the IITs and NIT. Most of the, hardly 50% vacancy we cannot fill because nobody wants to take teaching, because when you get 75 lakhs package, who wants this? 12 lakhs or, So, but that is not. We are here because we understand the nobility and we can shape the future of someone. We are not teachers, we are facilitators, we are mentors, and we are shaping the future of our youngsters who will only be there for this Vikasit Bharat, for the agenda to be materialized. So thank you all, and once again I am extremely grateful to NCTE for giving this the pre-boarding through NIT Calicut, and thanks to all of you. And I want to tell you, this is the largest NIT in the country. Today, out of 32 NITs, 9,000 students, 420 faculty members, 385 non-teaching, and we are going to become, as the policy says, Meru. The Meru mountain, multidisciplinary education and research university in another 5 years with 25,000 students. So if that, by the God's will, it will happen. And then there will be more such program, and we want to start that masters in education, many other program. If NCTE is blessing us, we will do that, and then only there is inclusive, holistic, multidisciplinary, flexible education as per the directives of the NEP. Thank you all. Have a great, joyful deliberations, learning, purposeful learning, and let us, there cannot be, as I keep telling, teachers cannot be trained at all. we have to work together, learn together, and therefore we have a nobility which is the profession, and cherish that, and let us do good thing for the future of this country. And thank you all. Jai Bharat.
That was a very enlightening speech, a great eye-opener for our ITEP students, as well as for the teachers who are present here today. A heartfelt thank you to you, sir, for those stirring words and for giving a brief, concise outline of the patronage of our National Academic Odyssey. Now, the National Council for Teacher Education stands as the vanguard sculpting India's teacher education landscape, especially under NEP 2020's transformative gaze. It is my profound privilege to invite Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairperson NCTE, to share his address. He is an eminent person who is widely respected for his outstanding contributions to the teacher education and policy reforms. Sir, we eagerly await your wisdom and vision. Sir.
Good morning, सबको नमस्कार. Honorable Director NIT Calicut, Professor Prashad Krishna ji, Co-Chair NPST Advisory Committee, Professor Vandana Saxena ji, Deans and HODs of NIT Calicut, Registrar NIT Calicut, Professor S. Mani, who is visiting faculty here, but also member of SRC from NCTE, Professor G. Amrut, a good friend from Central University of Kerala, who came here to attend this occasion and to help us fine-tuning the handbook. Professor Shakila Shamsuji, who is visiting faculty here and also architect team member at Ministry of Education when NEP was being formulated and finalized. Dr. Geeta Gopinath, Education Professor from NIT Calicut. Delegates from Directorate of Education, School Education, SCRT, and my dear students and colleagues from Southern States and Union Territories. Welcome to National Conclave 2026. This conclave we are starting from Southern States, Southern region of India that include Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Andaman and Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep and Puducherry. So these administrative bodies of 9 states and union territories we are covering through this conclave at NIT Calicut. I am glad to share with you that we have amongst us Deputy Director of Education, Government of Kerala, Assistant Commissioner, Kendriya Vidyalaya Schools, principals of 30 plus diets of excellence, 200 plus teachers from 45 Kendriya Vidyalayas, 100 teachers from 20 Navodaya Vidyalayas, 100 teachers from 25 CBSE affiliated schools, and 100 plus teachers from 15 state affiliated schools of Southern region. I welcome you all to this conclave and thank you for being witness and participate in this conclave where we are going to launch implementation handbook for National Mentoring Mission, as well as we are going to launch a handbook on National Professional Standards for Teachers. Are we showing this banner to the audience or who are there online, or we are showing the lecture also? Then I think that should be telecasted here. There should not be a confusion. I thought we are showing them just a blank screen. As tone was set by Professor Vandana Saxena when she narrated her understanding about NEP 2020 and how NEP 2020 is witnessing teachers as backbone of education system. In bringing reforms in the context of teachers at school level, NEP has proposed to have ITEP program, Integrated Teacher Education Program, which was launched in the year 2021, followed by Professional Standards for Teachers, a policy document which was brought by NCTE in the year 2023, and National Mentoring Mission, the Blue Book, another policy document for in-service teachers, which was also brought in the month of March 2024. Now friends, these initiatives of NCTE will surely be helping not only in capacity building, but also in hand-holding. Professional standards is the first attempt in India to have some formal professional standards for school teachers. Till date, we all are having, out of our experience, we gradually define, we gradually decide some standards for ourselves. My ethics would be this, my professional standard would be this, my content orientation should be like this, I should be aligning my content and my pedagogy in line with the constitutional values and stuff like that. We all do that, and we have our own framework of policy standards, professional standards. But now, NEP has given us first opportunity to have formal professional standards for school teachers, where NCT is attempting to bring 16 major domains for those professional standards, about which next session will be giving you details of those 16 major domains, which are there in three chief areas, core areas of competency of professional standards, arriving from constitutional core values and ethics, knowledge and practice, as well as professional growth and development of school teachers. 13 major domains and 16 subdomains where these professional standards have been defined and categorized. Now, if we look at the architect of these reforms, which is NEP 2020, which has been seen as a transformational shift in education, rightly pointed out by Director NIT, NEP is marked a profound paradigm shift in how India perceives its teachers. We used to see teachers as gurus. We give them a high stage in the life, in social life, as well as in the educational institution life. For the first time, policy clearly articulated teaching as a profession with defined competencies. Continuous professional growth is a right, as well as an opportunity for the teachers in the domain of school teaching. And career progression based on merit, expertise, and contribution rather than merely on seniority. Now, under the guidance of Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, NEP 2020 translated this vision into concrete national action. Two flagship initiatives, as I mentioned, NPST and NMM, were conceptualized as foundational pillars for strengthening teaching profession and building a future-ready education system. Now, if we want to understand how these professional standards will be acknowledged by the system, then I must share with you the policy has proposed that there should be 3 types of teachers at all stages of school education. Now, stages have been redefined. School education structure has been redefined as 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. That system has been implemented through new school curriculum launched by, prepared by NCERT. Within each cadre, we are assuming 3 types of teachers. Proficient teacher, whom we are calling Praveen Shikshak, a beginner with a formal qualifications. Advanced teacher, Unnat Shikshak, who is there for some time and want to exhibit new ideas and experiments into his classroom practices, his pedagogies, his experiments in assessment and evaluation. As well as we are looking at the 3rd category of teachers, whom we are calling expert teachers, Kaushal Shikshak, who is master practitioner who demonstrates a deep pedagogical wisdom that enriches student learning consistently and serve as mentor and leader, contributing to the growth of education ecosystem in the country. This progression is not about ranking teachers. This is about acknowledging their expertise, acknowledging their competencies, acknowledging their participation and contribution in the domain of school education. As I mentioned, NPST rests on 3 core standards. First is core values, that is inclusive of constitutional values. Second is knowledge in the subject domain, as well as practice in the subject domain. And third is about professional growth, how I want to see myself down the line 10 years. So accordingly, I should be working in the field of education and collecting evidences. My dear teachers who are attending us through online mode, this is important for all of us to understand that evidence which experiment I have done in my school should be uploaded on the digital platform about which orientation will be given to you just after this session, and we'll try to onboard each teacher in this southern region today, around 500 teachers online and around 100 teachers offline. We want you to be on board with us and start this megathon exercise at the national level. From here, we are going to start a series of 30 workshops across the nation, and this NIT workshop is first of its kind in that series. NPST and NMM depends on collective ownership, teachers as reflective professionals, school leaders as academic leaders, and teacher education institutions as knowledge partners for all disciplines, as been defined by NIT director, that multidisciplinarity is something we all are looking up. Along with this, the regional workshops which we have planned, followed by each conclave, like in South India, this first conclave followed by 4 workshops in different 4 states and union territory of South India. Friends, we all need to move towards a Viksit Bharat mission as envisioned by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. A Viksit Bharat that cannot be built without professionally empowered teachers. Very, very important. When teachers grow, students thrive. When students thrive, society progresses. This is a strong belief and commitment of NCTE towards the school education. NPST and NMM, these 2 important initiatives of NCTE, represent a systematic transformation. NCTE is no more a body which is looking and taking care of pre-service school education, teacher education only. But we want to handhold teachers in their professional growth, in their academic excellence, in their experimentation in assessment and evaluation. This teaching profession that where we want to recognize professional excellence and strength learning outcome for every child. As rightly pointed, I should learn from my past but work for the future of my students, Indian students, future generation of India. Over the next 2 action-packed days here at NIT Calicut, our expectations are very clear and focused. 1, focused engagement with NPST and NMM. We want all teachers who are joining us, all administrators from school education, directors SCRT, we want them to carefully review NPST and NMM handbooks. These 2 handbooks, which will be formally launched by Honorable Governor in the afternoon. These 2 handbooks are now translating the idea of professional standards, the policy document, into a reality at the ground level. And this is not only giving the theoretical idea of professional standards, but also giving an idea. I am told that this booklet has been given to you in your bag. Second part of this booklet, which is starting from page number 19, is about the digital platform. NPST NCTE will be developing a digital platform for professional standards where we will invite each teacher in the country to be on board and register there with a unique independent ID and uploading their experiments, uploading their evidences of innovation and experimentation in the school education. And those would be acknowledged not only by your state, but also by the national bodies, national regulatory bodies, as well as academic bodies. On the other hand, the NMM handbook, National Mentoring Mission Handbook, will help you to become either a mentor or a mentee. Guru Shishya Parampara had always been there, where Guru used to handhold the learner and take him or her through a success journey in not only in academic life, but also in social and professional life. Mentoring model where we want to acknowledge your expertise, your experience in the field of education. And you become national mentors by joining this portal, which is an app-based guidance and mentoring model for the nation. Again, its custodian is NCTE. Same as for National Professional Standards, custodian will be NCTE, but it would be run through the state government, the state bodies of state board, as well as other schools in the system. In these 2 days workshop, today and tomorrow, we are onboarding all the Kendriya Vidyalaya teachers from this region, southern region, all Navodaya Vidyalaya teachers in the southern region, and 50 schools of CBSE. At national level, our mission is, what ministry has assigned us is, to onboard 100% teachers of Kendriya Vidyalaya all across the regions, across the country, 100% teachers of Navodaya Vidyalaya, and 500 schools we are picking. CBSE is supporting us on this mandate. And with your participation and your support and with your active feedback, we'll try to finalize not only these 2 documents, but also national mentor or adding yourself, upgrading yourself with this professional standard platform. I expect that the conclave has been structured not only as one-way transmission of ideas, but also as collective construction of knowledge. I therefore encourage each one of us in this house, physically present or through online mode, our colleagues who have joined us through online mode, to participate actively in all the 4 sessions across 2 days, including demonstration and hands-on activities. I request you to share your expertise, your experiences, your insights, and your contextual realities, which will help us fine-tuning not only this handbook, but also this digital platform. I request each one of you to engage with the participant from different states and institutions, enriching learning through exchange of ideas and hand-holding. Provide honest and detailed feedback through discussion and structured feedback mechanism. A Google form will be circulated towards the end of this NPST workshop today and NMM-centric workshop tomorrow, where we would request you to give your feedback not only about your experience, but also in the form of your suggestions for improvement in these 2 modules and digital platform. We have consciously included interactive session each day. Today, from 5 to 5:30, there would be an open session where colleagues from online mode as well as offline mode can interact with the expert body and seek clarification after experiencing the digital platform as well as the handbook. We have consciously included interactive session, open discussion, and practical demonstration. For practical demonstrations, I think on 3 p.m. onwards, 3:30 p.m. onwards, we'll take you to do 2 different laboratories here, where you will be assigned a computer machine to work on, and the people who are there through online mode would be doing it from their system, because Kendriya Vidyalaya has organized their teachers in one regional school where computer labs have been access to those teachers, and they will be onboarding NPST portal today and NMM portal tomorrow to be part of this important journey and important mission. My wishes for a grand success of this mentoring mission and professional standards onboarding of teachers. I am grateful to NIT Calicut, director, all staff members and colleagues for providing us this opportunity, a beautiful ambience and surroundings in this campus, very comfortable stay, and expecting there's technology and philosophy will come together when we talk of NPST and NMM. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Sincere thanks, Professor Pankaj Arora, for that illuminating address and for the strategic blueprint to fortify teacher education nationwide. Before adjourning for a short tea break, there is an announcement for our third year ITEP students. Dear students, all of you are invited onto the stage now for a group photograph with all the illustrious delegates on stage. I must say that all of you are very lucky to be here to have this memorable photo op, even during your course of study here in the Department of Education of the prestigious National Institute of Technology, Calicut. So please students, come on to the stage.
For this group photograph with young teachers from first batch of ITEP program in Calicut. Dean Madam, please be part of this memorable photograph. So you are 6 That's right. That's right. So, please come this way. You have to sit only then if you come. Everybody will stand. Few people will be long and sit together. Few students can come in the front also. Yeah, because they are so getting into that. Come. Yeah. Please be a little fast.
expecting to put it correctly. And then password, this is the combination of, one caps lock, one capital letter, small letter, and special character and number. With a zero, and this would be zero, and this would be unique to every teacher. This code would be unique to every teacher. The password that you have given, the password that you have given in registration page, and then registration page, and then once we log in, we'll redirect to the dashboard of our page. Dashboard of our page. So it's taking time, please be with us. It's taking time, internet be with us. It may be internet glitch. Yeah, after this login, that was a basic registration. So that was a basic registration. So the data has been fetched. In the basic registration has been fetched. So the name has already been fetched. So the name has already been fetched. And then the gender name, and then the date of birth has already been fetched. And the date of birth has already been fetched from the and the age has already automatically been counted. And the disability and nationality is not mandatory, but nationality is not mandatory, but nationality and permanent address of your home, permanent address of your home, we are expecting the permanent address of residency letter, and then pin code of your residence, and then pin code of your mobile number and Aadhaar number has already been fetched. Mobile number and Aadhaar number has already been fetched. Once we save, we'll redirect to the academic qualification. We also documenting all the information, but once we integrate with the UDIs plus data, all of the data would be pre-fetched, all of the data would be pre-fetched, some of the spaces will be giving you some of the areas, fields will be keep unlocked, fields will be keep you unlocked again and again, to keep you edit again and again, because the data also gets changed, right? In also next internet issue is there. Internet issue is there. Once we submit the academic, personal information, we'll have to re-enter it because of the internet glitch. We'll enter the Once we insert the personal info, the message will pop up that the information has and then the academic qualification, and then the academic qualification, we are only expecting all the subjects that we have read and which all the subjects that we have read, and asking for the mandatory marking because it's marks that long back, because it's long back. Yeah. So yeah. Once you also put your academic qualification on, and then we'll submit. We'll save. And then we'll redirect to professional qualification. So professional qualification in the BA, professional qualification in the BA, DA, whatever you have teacher education courses that and the year of passing. If you have the year of passing, if you have all the mandatory marks has been all the mandatory marks has been all the mandatory read. So if you do not have TET, if you do not have to do anything, you can need not to do anything. You can move on. So here we are expecting to have a date of joining in service. Date of joining in service. Maybe as a teacher, maybe as a principal, maybe as a principal, maybe needs to be put here because the date of joining is very much very important for the in which label you are actually falling. In which label you are actually falling. Your the date of joining is important. The date of joining is important. The appointed for subject. And then the name of school. And then the name of school. One more important thing that I want to mention after the name of school, the UDI's code of the school. The UDI's code of the school. That specifically because through the UDI's code of the school, your UDI's code of the school, your principal can assess you externally because at this point of time we are expecting the principal has to do it. So the UDI's code has to be. So the UDI's code has to be A. HINA it is 5 to A. So the UDI's code has to be put correctly. The UDI's code has to be principal can find you in the NPST. Can find you in the NPST. You know the figure is 1 crore. So you know the figure is 1 crore. All the principal has to remember all of your NPST. Remember all of your NPST. So we are redirecting through the. So we are redirecting through the. UDI is the type of school. So is the type of school. This multiple foundational preparatory to this kind of dashboard. Now this kind of dashboard. Now to everyone. Every teacher has their own dashboard. Every teacher has their own dashboard. Professional learning records are being you are doing assessments. So with the help, the date of joining now has a role here. Proficient level. Put it the proficient level. You are not eligible for test 1. You are not exactly not eligible. It is not exactly not eligible. As per your 10 years of experience, 10 years of experience to fall in advanced level. So the advanced level here. So the here we have mapped as we have mapped as more than 10 teachers can have more than 10 years as per your intuition expectation you can go to the advanced level so here as per her date of joining here as per her date of joining advanced level question so advanced level 5 module we are here we have 5 module we are expecting to residency period of a teacher in NPST when you go through the handbook what I am actually talking about what I am actually talking about. So here we are expecting you for today. Only to do the module 1. Only to do so the module 1 is a combination of 30 questions. So we expect you to spare some time to read the general instructions also. All the questions are 30 questions. 30 questions is the combination of 3 standards. We have been talking about since morning. We have been talking about since morning. So this kind of questions randomly, but we all expect randomly go through our questions. You to please all the scenario based questions. All the scenario based questions. Give us so that we can valuable feedback and and all of the standards and all of the combination of standards 9, 18 and 3 questions. 9 and 3 for the first standard, 9 for the first standard, for the second standard, and 3 for the last standard, the third standard, for the last standard, the third standard. We have a combination of questions and we have a combination of time for each of the standards. Some time for each of the standards. After standard 1 completion, you can see the mark is review. You can see the mark is review. If you have some doubt, you can come back to the question and you can come back to the question and you can review it and you can submit it again. Once you click on the mark review, the question number will turn blue. Question number will turn blue. After this, submit it. Yes. Now. Once you submit, you cannot change the responses. So now standard 2 will automatically redirect to the standard. In standard 2 we will get 18 questions. So in 18 questions. So in again doing it randomly, but I actually requesting you to it's all a scenario based question. It's all a scenario based give us your valuable suggestion and input. And that move on. Yeah. Once you'll click on the mark for review, click on the mark for review, the button will turn blue, button will come back and blue, again will come back and again review and resubmit. Once you submit and once you submit, let the question unattempted. Let the questions are not compulsory. Questions are not if you leave unattempted, but any of the questions unattempted, any of the questions that is already written in the general. That is already written in the general instruction. So you all have to. Then is the the eighth number question. The eighth number question. The eighth number question was marked. The eighth number question was marked as review. So now submit, and will automatically redirect to standard 3. Standard 3. We have only three questions in as per the domains and subdomains. As per the domains and subdomains, we have 3 questions here. So fast. Submit. Once you submit at this point of time, we are not showing you the result, but the principal can see you the result. But the principal can see you the result. Finishing this test, quickly go to the CPD evidence. CPD evidence that my colleague has already been shared. You must have doing some works in your daily life in a teaching profession. It is just about documenting those small things. Through documenting, at least you can put some evidences and we can acknowledge your efforts. Acknowledge that your efforts there, but now we are acknowledging there, but now we are acknowledging all of a small evidence building is that even if you go through the evidence building pages in a handbook, evidence building pages in a handbook also, your daily it is related to your daily life activities, to your daily life activity, but not as an academic activity, but all of academic activities. We try to capture this thing has been completed. In today's context, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. If you have 1, 2, 3, 4 you have, you can evidences you have, you can will give you the link and we will give you another link and 2 days you can another 2-3 days you can put your evidences whichever you feel. So with this context, we'll log this out and the role of the teacher is closed. And the role of the teacher is closed here. Quickly go to the head of the principal because we have the head of the principal as a stakeholder here as a stakeholder today also. We have a small door to open into the NPST portal. Mail ID, name and mail ID. Name and mail ID. Just 2 minutes. It's all done. 2 minutes. It's all done. It's all done. Stop with the teacher registration only because we are time constrained. So after this inaugural session with the governor, honorable governor, small session what the expectation from the principal again for 5 minutes and then again for 5 minutes. The teacher is clear. We have demonstrated all of the segments. Now wind off with the lunch and we'll vacate the hall. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Here, it's a message for the teachers. It's a message for those who have joined this program in online mode from the distance location. From the distance they are to remain intact after this gap in afternoon. This gap in when we are starting the demonstration, I mean hand on practice. I mean hand on practice. We will again go with these where we have left. Where we have left the teachers, those who are physically available, those who are there and we are also taking care of and we are also concerned during the hand on practice. Concerned during the hand on practice. More than 200 teachers, more than 200 teachers, they are with us in online mode. They are with us in online mode. To come again, they are requested to come again. The inaugural session followed by the hand on practice. Followed by the hand on time, we will be giving the detail to you. We will be giving the detail to you. Thank you very much.
So we are concluding the morning session.
We are concluding the morning session.
Heartfelt thanks to Dr. Sri D.K. Chaturvedi and Dr. Gauhar. And Dr. Have an important announcement before we adjourn for the lunch. The hall has to be emptied in 10 minutes time. The police team is already here for the inspection before the arrival of our chief guest, His Excellency the Governor of Kerala. His Excellency the Governor of Kerala. There is an important announcement for all the participants. Soon after lunch, you are expected to enter through the special corridor back of the hall. That is the only door through which you can enter the hall. Main door is kept for the chief guest and the persons accompanying him. So I request all of you to have your lunch immediately and come through the special corridor which is meant for participants to enter. As we are a little bit of time constraint, please take this as an important announcement. One more thing is, once the doors of the hall is closed, you won't be allowed to enter the hall. You won't be allowed to enter the hall. So take it as an important thing. Take it as an important thing. Now we'll adjourn for lunch. Okay, so now we'll adjourn for lunch and savor this break and request you to savor this break and request you to reassemble in the main hall for the forthcoming session. Thank you. For the forthcoming session. Thank you. Please take all your belongings from the hall. Nothing should be left here. Nothing should be left here. All the online participants, please join back at 2:20. Thank you.
Yeah, online participants from the distant they are again to join us at 2:20 so that we may move forward with other agenda. Those who are here, they are to finish their lunch. There would be rush at the time.
National anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. It gives us immense pleasure to have you all here for this inaugural session of National Council for Teacher Education National Conclave 2026 on the topic Capacity Building for Stakeholders for Nationwide Rollout of NPST and NMM Advancing through NEP 2020. Let us begin this auspicious occasion with the NCTE Dhey Geet. The Geet may please be played. All the audience are requested to stand up.
गुरुर् गुरु तमो धामः गुरुर् गुरु तमो धामः ज्ञान अर्जन सर्जन वितरण समुपयोग नम शिक्षक शिक्षा वंदन NCTE प्रबंधन चरैवेति सुरभि सुविचार का वंदन
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन
चरैवेति चरैवेति चतुर्दिक ज्योति शिक्षा प्रभु प्रकाशित राष्ट्र हो अपना सुविकसित और सबल निज राष्ट्र का साकार हो सपना
हो नैतिक पारदर्शी मूल्यों के उजियार का वंदन
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन
चरैवेति चरैवेति सुशिक्षण शोध कौशल का सफल संधान हो विद्या सुधी आचार्यों शिष्यों के हित वरदान हो विद्या
सहज शिक्षा प्रणाली के प्रबल आधार का वंदन
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन
चरैवेति चरैवेति चिरंतन ज्ञान सूय यज्ञ की मत वेदिका पावन धरोहर योग संस्कृति की सुहावन साध मन भावन
सरल समुचित समन्वय ध्येय नव आचार का वंदन
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन
चरैवेति चरैवेति प्रामाणिक मानकों और मानदंडों का नियंत्रण सम सुवासित NCTE प्रयोजन ज्ञान अर्चन नम
अखिल भारत में गौरव चेतना विस्तार का वंदन
सुगम शिक्षा सनातन ज्ञान के संस्कार का वंदन
चरैवेति 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 चरैवेति
Thank you all. Kindly be seated. Now, may I request Professor Prasad Krishna, the respected Director of NIT Calicut, to kindly welcome the Chief Guest of the occasion, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Sri Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, by presenting a bouquet. May I request Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairperson of NCTE, to kindly felicitate the Honorable Governor by presenting the Ponada. Thank you, sir. With due respect, I request the dignitaries to kindly proceed with the lighting of the lamp to inaugurate the conclave. The audience may kindly rise up for the lighting of the lamp, followed by the Saraswati Vandana.
नमस्ते शारदे देवी काश्मीरपुरवासिनी त्वामहं प्रार्थये नित्यं विद्यादानं च देहि मे या श्रद्धा धारणा मेधा वाग्देवी विधिवल्लभा भक्तजिह्वाग्रसदना शमादि गुणदायिनी नमामि यामिनीनाथ लेखालङ्कृतकुन्तलां भवानीं भवसन्ताप निर्वापणसुधानदीम् भद्रकाल्यै नमो नित्यं सरस्वत्यै नमो नमः वेदाङ्गवेदान्त विद्यास्थानेभ्य एव च ब्रह्मस्वरूपा परमा ज्योतिरूपा सनातनी सर्वविद्याधिदेवीया तस्यै वाण्यै नमो नमः.
It's now my privilege to invite Professor Prasad Krishna, respected Director of NIT Calicut, to deliver the welcome note. Sir, please.
Chief guest of today's inaugural function, the National Conclave on NCTE 2026, His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Sri Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar ji, Professor Pankaj Arora, the Chairman NCTE, Professor Vandana Saxena, Vice Chair NCTE, the conveners of this NCTE Conclave, jointly organized by NCTE and NIT Calicut, Professor Geeta Gopinath from the Department of Education from NIT Calicut, our Chaturvedi ji from NCTE, all the other officials from NCTE, the principals, faculty from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Jawahar Navodaya Vidyalaya, State NCRT, the Diet School of Excellence, the Deputy Directors of Education, and all the officials from the southern states, including Andaman and Nicobar, Lakshadweep, Puducherry, and all the faculty, staff and students of NIT Calicut, media, the personnel from the media, and all invited guests, our own visiting professors, Professor Shakila Shamsu, who was the Chief Architect of the National Education Policy 20, we have Professor Mani, who is also the visiting professor in the Department of Education. All other dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, namaste to all. It is indeed an honor and privilege to have our Honorable Governor, where for the first time we are onboarding the National Education Policies Directive, one of the most important strategic document for enabling our teachers through the most significant part of this education policy, the backbone of our country, to empower our teachers. That should start from the early childhood education to the foundational, preparatory, middle to secondary, and so on. So with that, this particular, the important part of the policy to launch a integrated teacher education program, which we are extremely happy. NIT Calicut was the first to launch this item among the NITs, and I am also happy to note that this onboarding of the National Professional Standards for Teachers (NPST) as well as the National Mentoring Mission, both these documents will be launched by the Honorable Governor, and then we are extremely happy. As I keep telling, we will take this guidance from whatever is important for school teachers. It is equally important, whether it is in ethics, the way we conduct ourselves, how meaningfully we engage with the learners, and all these are important for whether it is school education, whether it is higher education, at whatever level. So there is a lot more for institution like us to learn and imbibe the spirit of those documents. And I congratulate the NCTE for the excellent compilation of these documents. And they also have an online portal where depending on our role, whether you are an administrator or a principal, whether a teacher, everybody can log in, and then our promotion, career advancement, everything is there in the most transparent way. So I congratulate the entire team from NCTE, and we are also privileged to host the first launching onboarding of this for all the southern states. I am also grateful to all our teachers, and that is what a country where teachers are not respected, the country will not have any future. We keep telling Madru Devo, Upadu Devo, Acharya Devo Bhava, but if whoever may be, if the teachers are not respected, we have to be. But then there is an added responsibility. Are we like Vasishta, Vishwamitra, Trigalatjanis, where they could see the past, present and future, they could guide the youngsters? And if that is the kind of teachers we have, I am sure we will be the model for the young generation who are the promise for the Vikasit Bharat 2047. Thank you very much, and once again we are grateful to the Honorable Governor for gracing this occasion, and thanks to NCTE for giving NIT Calicut this unique opportunity. Thank you all, and this is, I want to tell you, you are in one of the largest NIT in the country, with the largest number of students and faculty and non-teaching staff, and is ranked number 3 NIT in overall ranking. I hope you will have a great deliberation, an excellent, purposeful, joyful, meaningful the conclave, and that is the promise we can do. The teaching is the noblest of all profession, because we create all other profession. In that way, no matter whatever we are paid, but our onus is on shaping the future of these young people, and that is the tradition of this great country. Let us imbibe that tradition, and thank you all. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and insightful welcome note. I now have the honor to invite Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairperson, NCTE, to deliver the keynote address. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, सबको नमस्कार. We are privileged and honored to have amongst us His Excellency Shri Rajendra Arlekar ji, Honorable Governor of Kerala, We welcome you from the bottom of our hearts, sir. On dais, Professor Prashad Krishna ji, Honorable Director, NIT Calicut, Professor Vandana Saxena, Co-Chair, NPST Advisory Committee, NCTE, Deans, HODs, Registrar, and my dear colleagues, we have along with us around 500 teachers who have joined us this session, this 2 days conclave through online mode. They are also looking up to this session where we will be blessed by Honorable Governor Sir. It's a profound honor that today we are starting a series of 30 such workshops across the country, and this is first of its kind, which is for capacity building of stakeholders for nationwide rollout of national professional standards for teachers and national mentoring mission, which are two ideas, two visionary goals which have been enlightened by NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020. On behalf of National Council for Teacher Education, I extend our deepest gratitude to everybody here and especially to Honorable Governor Sir for graciously accepting our invitation and honoring this conclave as the chief guest. Sir, your august presence underscores the national importance of this conclave and reflects Kerala's strong commitment to strengthening teacher education, capacity building, and educational excellence. I am particularly pleased that this conclave marks the beginning of a nationwide series of 5 national and 20 regional and district level workshops across the country, which is also a beginning of a major transformation according to NEP 2020. Teacher at the center of Indian educational thought. This idea is given by NEP 2020. We all understand that India's civilizational understanding of education has always placed teacher at the very center. In the Gurukul system, learning was rooted in personal guidance, character formation, and lifelong mentorship. In the Pathshalas of medieval India, education was also holistic, integrating knowledge, ethics, skills, and service to society. NEP 2020 has came as a transformational shift in education, not only in school education, but in entire education system. School education has been re-envisioned as a new structure of 5+3+3+4. And for the first time, Indian education policy has thought of professional standards for school teachers. Now, these professionals, leaders, mentors, and nation builders. This transformative vision reflects the leadership and commitment of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who has consistently emphasized that the future of nation is shaped in the classrooms of today. For the first time, NEP clearly articulated teaching as a profession with defined competencies. Continues professional growth as both a right as well as a responsibility. Career progression based on merit, expertise, and contribution rather than merely on the basis of number of years in order of seniority. After extensive consultations with states, universities, school system, teachers, and subject experts, NPST guiding document was launched by Ministry of Education, Government of India in 2024. And NMM handbook, Blue Book was also launched at the same time. Under the able guidance and dynamic leadership of Honorable Education Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, NEP 2020 translated this vision into a concrete national action. Two flagship initiatives, NMM and NPST, were conceptualized as foundational pillars for strengthening the teaching profession and building a future-ready education system for the nation. NPST, which is enabling teachers and empowering them, let me emphasize very clearly that this tool is not a tool of inspection or control. Rather, this is a tool for enabling, empowering, and aspirational framework. NPST help teachers to map their professional competencies, reflect on their classroom practices, identify pathways for continuous improvement, access mentorship and peer learning, receive recognition for professional expertise. Honorable Sir, most importantly, NPST ensures that every teacher in Bharat, across regions, school systems, and socio-economic context, gets an equal opportunity for professional growth. And this conclave is a beginning to take all 100% teachers of Kendriya Vidyalayas, 100% teachers of Navodaya Vidyalayas, and 500 schools from CBSE affiliated schools and 10 schools from state board. So in all, our target is to onboard 25,000 teachers by the end of March 2026. There are 3 career stages as proposed in NPST. One, proficient teacher, Praveen Shikshak, a beginner in the profession of teaching who is formally qualified and eligible to become a school teacher. A motivated beginner with strong ethical and traditional and theoretical foundations, eager to translate knowledge into effective classroom practice and committed to student learning. Stage 2, which is defined as Unnat Shikshak, advanced teachers, an experienced professional who blends theory with practice, reflects continuity, collaboration with peers, and design meaningful learning experiences connected to real-world context. Third stage of teachers' professional standards is Kaushal Shikshak, expert teacher, a master practitioner who demonstrates deep pedagogical wisdom, enriches student learning consistently, and serve as a mentor and leader, contributing to the growth of entire education ecosystem in the country. These core standards have been defined into 3 broad areas. First is core values, which is inclusive of ethics and constitutional values. Second is subject domain knowledge and practice. And third is professional growth and development. This is first part of the mission which we are running, which we are discussing today. Sir, this 2 days workshop has another chapter which is National Mentoring Mission, that is Culture of Guidance. Complementing NPST is a national mentoring mission, a visionary initiative to revive India's age-long tradition of Guru Shishya Parampara in the contemporary institutional framework at school level. Under NMM, we are looking up to experienced teachers to become mentors. Knowledge and experience flow across generations. Young teachers receive guidance, confidence, and professional support. A national community of practice is created. Our key mentors include Shri Jayant Chaudhary ji, Minister of State for Education, Honorable Minister of State for Skill Development, Surup Sampath ji, a famous TV artist, Professor Milind Sudhakar Marathe ji, Chairperson, National Book Trust, Professor Chand Kiran Saluja ji, Director, Sanskrit Promotion Foundation, and many more. These are few important and visionary leaders who have joined the portal of mentoring mission. Now, if we look at the mission Viksit Bharat 2047, a Viksit Bharat cannot be built without professionally empowered teachers. When teachers grow, students thrive. When students thrive, society progresses. NPST and NMM together represent a systematic transformation, one that restores dignity of teaching profession, recognizes professional excellence and strengthening learning outcome for every child. Today, we are fortunate to have Honorable Governor Sir with us to launch NMM new digital platform and NPST's platform. There are some actionable points which will be shared in the next session. We are consciously including interactive session during this session, and at the conclusion of my opening remark, I would say, I am reminded of Mahatma Gandhi's profound view on education when he said, literacy in itself is no education. By education, I mean all round drawing out the best in the child and the human body, mind, and spirit. This conclave serves as catalyst for this very purpose. NCTE has defined this year from August 2025 to August 2026, which is Foundation Day of NCTE. Our mission is to help teachers develop as Samarth Shikshak, so all of us can join the agenda of Sashakt Bharat, Viksit Bharat by the year 2047. I wish this convey a very grand success, and once again, I am grateful to all the dignitaries on dais and off dais for joining this mission of NCTE to promote professional standards among teachers and to request them to become mentors for the future generation. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights and vision. We now move to one of the most significant moments of this inaugural session, the launch of the National Mission for Mentoring NMM website and mentor application form. We request our chief guest, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, to launch the website and mentor application. The National Mission for Mentoring launches its refreshed website with enhanced user-friendly features. One mission, one platform, making mentor registration simpler and enabling eligible mentors to join from anywhere across the country. Thank you, sir. Sir, would like to request you to unveil the sculpture Harmony of Strings placed at the central courtyard of Pragya Bhavan at NIT Calicut. Could you please, sir? Thank you once again, sir. We now invite the Honorable Governor to address the audience. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. आज के इस कार्यक्रम में दक्षिण भारत के विभिन्न प्रांतों से स्कूल टीचर्स को लेकर अनेक अधिकारी सम्मिलित हुए हैं. This program is particularly by National Council for Teachers Education. And I am sharing the dais along with Chairman of NCTE, Professor Pankaj Arora ji, Director of NIT Calicut, Professor Prasad Krishna ji, Co-Chair of NPST Advisory Committee, Professor Vandana Saxena ji, Program Coordinator NITC, Dr. Geeta Gopinath ji, all other dignitaries sitting in the audience, all other participants coming from the different parts of the southern part of our states, some faculty members from NIT, students, Namaskar. As it has been already told to us, that program today's which you have attended since morning, and this is in between the inaugural function, that is made convenient to me and inconvenience to you. I understand because you have a flow of your all thoughts, your lectures, a series of all thoughts. But in between, person like me comes here and breaks that chain. And then you are again renewed. What was going on in the morning? We do not know. And now you are afresh now to understand what will be going on. My only problem is you all are educationists. All the person who are sitting here are expert in education. You too, you are also. And I do not know anything about education. But being the governor of the state, I have to be here for the inaugural function. I could have said, yes, I inaugurate this particular function, this seminar, 2-day seminar, and now you can deliberate on this. And could have gone for my work anywhere. Could have taken some rest. But that would not be a just action by me. You have deliberated, you have come here, spending more than 2 days also, spending more than the hours which you could have spent with your family or with your friends, enjoying something else. And the governor of the state comes here and says hello, hi, and goes. That would not be well reported in the press. At least for them, I have to be here. As the program, it has been mentioned by the National Council for Teachers Education. You all must have read the National Education Policy 2020. I need not tell you afresh what it is. I need not tell you where you have to give thrust upon. What does it mean for all of us? And what does it exactly means for the future India? Absolutely, it is not for today's India. It is for the future India, which has been just mentioned by Arora ji about Vikasit Bharat, the concept of Vikasit Bharat. Could have been that. But you all are aware what the National Education Policy is for, why it is to be implemented. If we just go some back, when we got the independence in the year 1947. We were independent country in this world. We could have done anything that we want. We could have our education, our whatever we wanted, the way we wanted. We could have done economy the way we wanted. We couldn't have our business we could have done our industry, we could have thought of development the way we wanted, because we were a free nation, free country in the world. Unfortunately, that did not happen. In the year 1947, the leadership of ours that time could not think of this. What are our ethos and where are our ethos? Where are we and where we wanted to go? Just look at our economy that time. Our government that time, our leadership that time, they were searching for this. Which economic concept should we adopt? Sometimes it was capitalism, sometimes it was socialism, the other day it was communism. Communism is always with us. Sometimes it was communism, but we could not adhere to particular concept, particular ideology. And we were just wandering here and there and found nothing ultimately. We could have thought of our special tool, special agenda, an innovative concept which was rooted in the soil of this country. We could have thought of it, but somehow we missed that. We could have done, but we could not do. We did not do. I do not know what was the reason. I am not going deep into it. We can sit for that some other day. But that was exactly the apathy of our leadership and of the society in turn. Where and what to do. It happened regarding education system also. We could not understand what to do in the education. It was always cursed and criticized by all our leaders in the country that whatever education system which we had for thousands of years here was not fit for our country. I do not know why it was the concept was there. But it was conceptualized and told to us that system which we studied earlier prior to Britishers or prior to Mughals also here was not fit for us. I do not know who decided this and what was the basis of this. The education system here, and on the basis of that education system, we could see the development of the country. As all of you know, I am just repeating that education itself is meant for the nation building, character building. You all are aware of this, that character building is to be done by the education, and through that we are looking at the nation building. That should have been aim of ours, but we again missed our bus that time. Could not do anything in this sense, in this particular field. And we were always told that you are an illiterate nation, illiterate, you do not understand. When the Britishers left this country, they told us that your literacy rate is just about 23 or 24% in the country. They told us. And they wanted to impress upon us in our mind that you are backward. You are not fit to govern yourself. Somebody else is needed to govern you. That is exactly what their education system wanted to tell us. When the Britishers came to this country, what was the literacy rate in this country? Literacy rate, there were about 4 or 5 presidencies that time, probably in the year 1818 or somewhere that time. 4 or 5 presidencies, Madras presidency, Kolkata presidency, Punjab presidency, Bombay presidency. All these presidencies were governed by them. They had some director or collectors for that. all were asked to conduct an educational survey. An education survey was made here, and that time the rate of literacy in our country, which was published by that time 1824 or somewhere, it was published by them. It is still available now. The report is still available. The education literacy rate in North India was about 90%, 90. In North India alone, education rate, literacy rate. And literacy rate in south of India was 100%. This was when Britishers came to this country. They ruled this country, they enslaved us, and while going, they told us, you are illiterate country. Yes, it was true that that time the literacy rate was 24%. 90% or 100% for that matter, and 24%. Who was responsible for this? And what was that? After independence, we could have thought of this and we could have started a new way. We could have started a new concept, a new education policy, which was necessarily should have been rooted in the soil of this country, which we could not do. That was the apathy, that was the thinking of our leaders that time. And now after many years we have seen that was the period of colonization. All our minds were colonized. Whatever they do is best. The best, not only is best, the best. And we were following their way. Now the time has come to we have to follow our way now. In every field. If we are in education, let us try to have education. The new education policy 2020, which was adopted by the government, and then they wanted to implement it. All such educational institutions, they are given the task to implement it. It is our responsibility to implement now. If we do not look at the root of this education policy, national education policy, we will be again missing the bus. Again. That time nobody will dare here to say, yes, Arey Baba, you have done this, okay, you can now go ahead with this. Nobody will be there to give solace to us. We will be cursing ourselves for the lifetime. Now the time has come to see that how this national education policy is being implemented at all levels. Because it tells us how the student should be. It tells us, if you go through that, different chapters are there. It tells us how this teacher and student's relation should be there. What is it? How it is. I don't say that you again go back to Gurukul system. I don't say so. But that system was never bad, not at all. If we can take something from that system, we should certainly take. It was not only student-centric, it was also the teacher-centric. Today's this system is teacher-centric also. We have to look into it, how it is to be done. When Britishers were here ruling, they were here, they had developed, which we say that they had developed, a system called monitor system in the class, monitoring system. Many of you, all of you are probably the teachers and you know it. There is a class and probably the most talkative and most troublemaker is made the monitor of that class. And he is there, always there. What was the concept of that monitor system? It was in Gurukul system. That a student who is knowledgeable, who is capable, he used to look after the student, a group of students of 8-10, and he used to do it. When Britishers saw this particular system, they implemented this system in Manchester. And they call it, even today, this system is called as Madras Monitoring System. They saw it in Madras. It is even today called there. And from there we have imported the system of monitoring from Britain. It was taken by them from Madras to their country. So there are many things which we can see in our country, in our system, and today we can inculcate in this in new national education policy. It is up to you, my dear teachers. You have to do it. You will understand this. Why and what is to be done. All these years we were slaves of a particular education system, of a colonized education system, and now we are free from that. It is not that there were no efforts. There were earlier 2-3 efforts made by, there was Kothari Commission, there was another, I don't remember the names, but there were 2-3 committees. But lacking was that we could not implement them. Even if we could have implemented those systems, we could have at least gained something. Okay, thus far, no further. Now we have reached at this stage. Now we have to see what our country will be after few years. What the people of this country, the next generation will be. We all have to look at it now. It is our responsibility now. Let us go by this way. Let us do away with all colonized thoughts. All colonized thoughts. What I feel is, this National Education Policy or New Education Policy 2020 is the first serious attempt to decolonize our education. Decolonize our education. We are shredding all those colonized thoughts. We don't want. What that colonization of education has done to us damage, we can see now everywhere. Everywhere. We see everywhere it is. We, in our thoughts, in our children, in our families, in our actions, everywhere we find that we are westernized. We are westernized. That was the impact of colonizing the education. Because Macaulay and all those people, they knew, if we colonize this education, if we change this education system, the whole country of this country, whole people of this country will be colonized, will be Britishers by their mental thoughts. That is exactly what they wanted. Okay, what has happened? Let us forget it. Pass away now. Let us have a new thing in ourselves. We have to think. We have to think that we will be doing this. By the year 2047, when we will be posing before the world that we are a Vikasit Bharat or a developed country, how we are going to face the challenges of the world? We have to prepare today. And who will be doing this? As it is rightly said, our gurus will be doing this, our teachers will be doing this. That is why the importance of guru has always been at the highest altar in our culture, in our Sanskriti. Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma. What does that mean? Sakshat Parabrahma. Everything is Guru. And that is why we are always praising. In this country, we bow before Guru. Because he is the person who will be giving me all the education, all the guidance throughout my life. Even if he is not, there is no Guru and teacher relation today. Guru is the most important entity in the premises of an educational institution. Guru is the most important. If we just say, this is my person, just appoint him as a guru or a teacher or a professor, that is not going to serve. I was in Bihar as a governor, and that time I had opportunity to appoint about 8 to 10 vice chancellors of different universities. There were different pulls to me and pushes to me that this is the person, if you know, Bihar is known for caste identification. Bihar, they always ask you, everybody, even if a PhD person, he will say, मैं इस जात का हूँ. I do not know why they want to say it again and again. But there was big pressure on me always from different quarters to appoint such a person of this caste, this person, this, that, everything. I said, this is not the place for that, your caste. You can do politics over that. This particular place will be filled by a meritorious person. It has to be done by that. We cannot leave it like this. This place, Guru's place, is not caste based. Cannot be done. So Guru is always placed at the highest position in our culture because he guides, he gives philosophy, he gives us all that is necessary to our children. See what happens, what is the role of gurus? The role of gurus is, Guru is constantly in touch with the students. Teacher is constantly in touch. Suppose you take a doctor, MBBS, physician. When do we go to him? Whenever we feel sick, whenever we have something bad in our physics, in our body, we go to the doctor, consult him. When do we go to advocate? Whenever I have to quarrel with my neighbor, and all those, and then I find quarrel or some such positions, I go to the advocate. Chartered accountant, whenever I have some problems with my accounts and finances, I go to him. All these people are like this only. Teacher is not like this. Teacher is the person who is in constant touch of the society, constant touch. All other professionals are there only when occasionally they are with the touch with the society. But teacher is not so. That is the reason teacher is the most entity in the educational institution. Teacher is the most entity. So all what we have to do is, yes, I must understand my role in this and I must dedicate myself towards this. And if I dedicate myself towards this, everything will be fine for the future of our country. I must get involved in it. I must get involved. If I have not read the educational policy, I have to read it again now. 2 times, 5 times, 4 times, I will read it, understand it. If there are some lacunae, if there are some points which I do not agree with it, tell the people who are concerned with them. Yes, this is that, we need to change this. But I will read it first. I will get involved in it. If I am not getting involved and I am just looking at it, oh, this is happening, okay, let it happen. I will be not a proper person, proper teacher. I'll tell you one incident and I'll conclude my talk. I know you are getting bored of this, I understand. Because I am not in education, so I can talk here, there, everything. I was, for few years, I was in Mumbai. And I had a friend from from Times of India. He was a reporter there. And once we became good friends. And one day he was telling me one incident, the incident of Quit India movement 1942. When Mahatma Gandhi and all our leaders, they were on the roads. And what was happening there, that was being told to my friend by his father. Father was there that time. So father was telling him, see beta, this is what is happening there, and what was happening there. All the people, they left their studies, some left their professions, left their business, left families, all wanted to have freedom, all wanted to have independence. They were asking Britishers to quit India, Bharat Chodo, Chodkar Jao, and all were shouting the slogans on the streets, Bharat Mata Ki Jai, Vande Mataram, and all these things. And yes, they were, this father of my friend was telling him the story of that time. This is what was happening. Whole atmosphere was charged with patriotism, nationalism, Bharat Mata ki Jai and Vande Mataram. So suddenly my friend stopped his father. He was telling me, my friend, I stopped my father. Baba, he in Marathi. He said, Baba, just stop and tell me, all these things were happening. Where were you that time? Bharat Mata ki Jai, Vande Mataram, everybody left everything and came there. विदेशी वस्तु जो है उसकी होली बनाओ, स्वदेशी वस्तु का उपयोग करो, use only Swadeshi, and all that was happening. But where were you? The father of my friend tells my friend, look beta, all this was happening and I was looking at all these happenings, all these incidents from my house, from my window. I was sitting in my house and I was just watching it. My friend told his father, Baba, I am ashamed of you. Such a big movement was happening in our country. Our country's freedom at stake. Our country's independence was to be achieved. And all the people were on the streets shouting slogans by Bharat Mata ki Jai and Vande Mataram. And you were just sitting in the house and watching it from window. I am ashamed, my Baba. This is what has happened that time. Tomorrow our next generation should not ask us this question. They should not ask. And if at all they ask, we shall be proudly telling this, yes beta, I was very well there when Vikasit Bharat was happening. I was there. This is what I have to tell tomorrow to my children, to next generation. I was very well there. I was doing my might, my yogadan, my contribution through my teaching course, through my teaching, through my all that is needed to this country. I was doing this and I will do that today. This is the time to do. It is today to be decided, not tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Vikasit Bharat will happen. But when my children will asking me this, I shall be able to tell, yes, I tell you, you are a proud son of the proud father. I was there. Your mother was very well there. I was doing this and I was doing the part of that Vikasit Bharat. I must be able to tell my children. My children must be able to tell others. My mother was there. My father was there. This is what we need to do, my dear teachers here. All these workshops will be there. These workshops are just enhance your capacities to do this. We'll have to do it, no doubt. But certainly you have your own thoughts. Get amalgamated all those thoughts with your workshop teachings. Get everything in that and try to do something for the country. Try to do something for the next generation and the society. Yes. That is what exactly we need to do. And that is why we all are here. I wish this particular seminar and conclave for this, what is happening for particularly our teachers, school teachers, I wish all the success, all of you. My namaskarams and my thank you to you. Jai Hind. Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring speech with insightful thoughts. Now, I would like to request Professor Prasad Krishna, respected Director of NIT Calicut, along with Professor Pankaj Arora, the Chairperson of NCTE, to present a memento to our Chief Guest, the Honorable Governor, as a token of respect and appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, As we conclude this session, I request everyone to kindly rise up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all for being a part of this inaugural session. Thank you once again. Media persons are requested to assemble at the conference hall of Prajna Bhavan for the press meet. All the media people are requested to assemble at Prajna Bhavan for the press meet.
Outside of everybody is requested to join because again we are to come here for